How we doing, everybody? Welcome to another episode of Getting Jilly with It. I'm Will, and today we're getting it painted with some Marvel United Chibi style minis. We will turn this little gray She-Hulk into this little green Hulk. We're gonna have to add a lot of extra plastic to do that, but that is what we're trying to do. Why? Because we need these minis painted for our Marvel United Megaverse campaign, so you can go see those live playthroughs. Our next one is Hulk, She-Hulk, and somebody else against Maestro. So we definitely have to get She-Hulk painted. We definitely have to get Maestro painted. And I should probably look to see who that third person is. I think they're already painted, though. Let's see. It is going to be, Captain Carter. So we have to get Captain Carter. I thought Captain Carter was next time. No. All right, so we got to at least get these three painted. Technically tonight, I would prefer to get it all done tonight and not have to paint tomorrow night or paint something different tomorrow night. But if I don't get them done, then I guess I'm painting tomorrow night. Because then I need the other ones on Wednesday so, and then Friday. So let's go ahead and flip over and we'll just go ahead and start painting. And I do this so I can get these painted. And if somebody joins me, so be it. I think I want this one. I think that's the one I set up for. So I did get the extension, so now the camera is closer to me. So hopefully that means that the minis are closer. The only downside is my lights are still there, not there. So may or may not be where I want it to be. So we'll figure it out. I think the preferred height is right about here. So this is my painting position, I guess. All right, so we're going to go ahead and get started with She-Hulk. So I wasn't sure what I wanted to do. All right. So She-Hulk is a little bit lighter green. I don't remember the Hulk card, but we did Hulk in, it'd have to be one of the, it'd have to be this one. So I think we did Hulk in Goblin green, which seems about right. But I don't think I want her as dark. So I think we'll do Maestro in the Goblin Green, even though here he technically looks even lighter than She-Hulk. But then he would at least look like Hulk. In the comics, is Maestro lighter? So I didn't do this the other week. I probably should have. Let me see. Let me pull up a picture of Maestro in the comics versus Hulk in the comics. So, Maestro versus Hulk images. Let's see what we got. Images. He's, I guess, a little, well, yeah, so he is lighter. So he's lighter because, you know, he's older. So I guess they've got him so like his, there we go. So I guess they got him so his skin has lightened up. So I guess we do need to make Maestro, yeah, because there's a good picture. So yeah, he's more of a light green. So technically, maybe I'll go with the color I used, the Commando green, because it's kind of like a yellowish green versus this one, which is more of a bright green. So I think I'll do this for She-Hulk and I'll do this for Maestro. I wasn't planning this for Maestro. Luckily, there's balls already in that one, so it shouldn't be too hard to shake up. But I had the same problem tonight when I tried to shake things up. I did not have the colors I needed. All right, remember, Will, do the skin last. Do the skin last. We need to do her suit, her little outfit, which is white and purple. Guess we should do the white first. So I use the white I like the most, and I don't know if I'll stick with this or if I'll change it to a white. Is the linen. Where's my linen? Is this my linen? No, that's my dragon white. So the linen is more like an off-white, so it's slightly subdued. So then if I have to put a bright white over top of it, it's easier. Yet I think I made the camera too far, and I think I want it more here. So I need to move it a little bit that way so the camera is centered right here, because this is slightly more comfortable than here. Here. We'll deal with it tonight. So I tried to take the video, the live stream that I did last week, And I tried to see, okay, can I chop this up and turn it into like a little educational video? And I've got the mini off the camera so many times. Like, I don't even know if there would be, how many good segments there would be. It also, to paint one mini is like 45 minutes. So like go through all of that and then chop it up and all that. Now I can see why like the professional YouTubers, mini painter YouTubers, do like one video a week, because they probably have, I mean, it took me like 45 minutes to paint a mini. They're taking days to paint a mini, right? Because they're doing multiple hour sessions. So let's go ahead and get our white. That might be a little bit more white than we really need, but so be it. All right, that is my, all right. So I am using my little cheapy brushes. Well, I'm using Army Painter, so I do have my Army Painter Regiment brush for my smaller stuff. My Army Painter Game Master, which is more for, because it has no tip anymore, is more for like washes and stuff. But these cheap little Amazon brushes, they have a pretty decent point, and I'm really just trying to get the basing done, so I think this will do adequately. Adequately is the key term. All right, where do we need to be? We need to be right there. Oh, this is much better, at least for me, because now I can actually be like closer to the actual mini. That was most of the problem before. Was trying to be close to the mini. Just wasn't happening. We're going to do thin coats. We're going to probably take multiple thin coats, because white. I could have primed her in white, but I didn't. So we are where we are. Let's see here. So we have, there's a line here somewhere. Where's it at? All right. No, okay, I already got in the line. So that's the purple. And then this should go up to her neck somewhere. All right. Yeah, I didn't focus at the right height. Again, the main problem is I can't leave it on autofocus. So I tried again. I tried autofocus. It just didn't work. So I had to manually focus it by not holding the mini. Basically, I had to sit it on something that I thought was going to be the right height. And I say all this, and then I've got to take all that down. I got to switch it around, right, for live stream tomorrow. So tomorrow is unsettled. And then if, like I said, I don't get this done tonight, then I'll be painting again tomorrow night, and I'll have to figure out all the positioning again. I think this is one of the other reasons I like this linen, besides it being slightly off-white, so it's not like a stark white, is one complaint I have about Reaper is how thin they are a little bit. And so that kind of annoys me most of the time. But I think with like white, I don't mind it because it's still thin, right? So you don't get as much of that chalkiness that you get with some of the thicker white paints. Now again, we do have it on a wet palette, so that should be making it a little bit thinner. All right. Question is, do I continue to go on her? I guess I could do her hair. The question is her neck showing? I don't know if her neck's showing on the back. It says her neck showing on the front. Yes, I can see. Wow, that's very tiny. Yeah, I don't think it's showing on the back. I think the white goes up to the top. So this is where you need the hair dryer, although I don't know if a hair dryer would do well on a live stream. But I guess that's the other thing. If it's thin enough, it'll be dry by the time I finished it. Yeah, so I don't know if you guys can see or tell that, but it's slightly a different shade. Yeah, I wanted to do kind of tutorial videos, but I don't know, there's not enough time in the day with a job and streaming and everything else to be able to do that. Like my hat's off to any of the mini painter YouTube channels that can do that. Now, a lot of them probably don't edit their own videos anymore. The bigger ones, at least, I know don't, right? Maybe Ninja and Miniac still do, but I know like Squidmar, he has an editor. Then again, a lot of them might have editors now. Because, like I said, going through that amount of footage to find the exact frames you need and the exact cuts and pictures, and then even after doing that, right, you have to do voiceover. It's not like when you're doing like I do a live gameplay and I'm voiced over while I'm doing the gameplay. It's not like that. All right, so we got that's 2 coats. It'll probably take a third. We'll probably take a third. Anybody else have white while I'm at it? Yeah, Maestro's hair. I guess we'll knock out his hair. I can hold him for his hair. Let's try to get his hair all knocked out. At least one base coat of it. And actually, I may not even keep this white. I may want it to be more of a off-white, or not off-white, like a gray white. I think a gray white would make more sense. Do not look at the unprimed section. That will disappear in a second. See, told you. Get his teeth while I'm at it. So I may have to, yeah, probably maybe make the beard more of a gray, or technically just don't do as many coats, and then his teeth I'll have to whiten up. Could probably even get away with just 1 coat, because then the grayish tones, as long as it looks finished, I guess it doesn't matter. But if it doesn't look finished, then I'm definitely gonna have to put on another coat. I figure out where his beard and mustache is. Where it's not. So this one, I mean, whether it teaches anybody or not, really isn't the point of this. It's one, to make sure that I actually get these painted. And 2, like I said, it's kind of a chat. Maybe if these start picking up, right, and do Q&As and stuff like that while I'm painting. If not, it's just me painting. It's me feeding the YouTube algorithm beast. Although if these videos don't do well, then the YouTube algorithm beast doesn't get fed. So, oh All right, I think we got majority of his hail. Yeah, I'd have to see. Like, that's the thing, is now I'd have to see with the gray, like the green, if that's enough for me. I don't know. That's okay. But his hair is now painted. All right, so let's make sure we thin this down. We don't want to overdo it now. All right. All right, so this is our third coat, and this is probably is the thinnest. So for anybody who this may be the first time you watch one of my videos, because I don't know if anybody's in chat or not, because my thing's blocking my view. I can look on this side. Currently it says there's one person. But for anybody who watches this after the fact, which I don't think is going to happen, I do not do high details. So I don't do details. I don't do the shadow, highlight, technique. I put a good base coat on and let the mini speak for itself. In my opinion, they look good enough. Could they look better? Could I spend 2-3 hours on a mini? Sure. Am I going to spend 2-3 hours on a mini? Yeah. All right. I think we are good on that. All right. So let us move on to the purple. So the problem with her art makes it look like it's more of a pink than a purple. But it should be purple. So I always want to be as close to the art as possible. So I'm thinking I was going to go with the oozing purple. But now I'm second guessing that, because I'm thinking that's too light of a purple. So my other option was the grimoire, but I think that's too matte of a purple. And toxic boils is too light. So I really need this. Maybe a touch of this. Let me see what orc blood looks like out of the container. Never used it before, which means there's probably no, I don't think there's any ball bearings in here, and I forgot my screwdriver again. Let me see how this looks. Ooh, that's a lot brighter than I thought it was going to be. That might do it. I was going to use this for, so for Immortus, he has kind of the pinky purple hat, and then he's got this cloak. I was thinking about this for his cloak, because it's right in the color layout that I did. I kind of used Army Painter's color layout. It's right next to the Warlord purple, which is what I want to use on his helmet, which is the same color I did Vision, and I like that purple. So I think that's what I think this might be good. If it's too dark, then I'll just mix a little bit of the oozing purple. So right now we're just doing orc blood by itself. Let's see how good that looks. All right. So now I have to be careful. Covering up white at this point is not going to be fun. Especially not with a color like purple. Twirl the brush. Is it? Oh, okay, the stripe goes along the back. That's what I thought. So there's a faint line here. I'm trying to stay on or in. More in than on, I guess. There you go, their shoulder. Problem is, I think I missed. I missed some white in there. Yeah, gonna have to touch up along the edges again, I think. To be expected. Miniature Painting 101. You're gonna repaint the same spot 5 times. What color are her boots? I don't know what color her boots are. I'm guessing purple. Her gloves are purple. I'm gonna have to look that up now. I don't know if her boots are white or purple. How to get in there. A good thing I'd started that where I was supposed to this time. So last time I started on the outside and started marking my way in. I just kept painting over top of things that I'd already painted. Because that is not how you're supposed to paint. You're supposed to paint the hard to reach areas first. It is going to take 2 coats as well. I think it's like I said, because I don't have the ball bearing, so these paints, these are the old army painted. They're not the new ones. It's not the new Fanatics. So they're a little bit thinner than I think I've heard the new Fanatics coat better. So if you have the new Fanatics, you won't have to necessarily always do 2 coats. This also depends on the color of your primer. I use a darker gray. I mean, it's the only Rust-Oleum gray there is, so it's not like I have another option. But of course, people use black. Black's way too dark for me. 2 coats is 2 to 3 coats is enough for me. I don't know, I feel like black you'd be putting like 20 something coats on. Again, if you do multiple coats because you do shadow and highlight and all that, then maybe it's not that big of a deal. But when you're basically just doing a single color base coat, that just adds an extra several coats of your base coat. Although now I have to think about that, right? If it takes me to do 2 coats of a base coat X amount of time. How much time would it take me if I did 1 base coat in a dark color and then did my highlights and stuff? Questions. All right, so we know our gloves are purple, so at least let me knock these out. And they're fingerless gloves. So. Fingerless, but I want to make sure I get every bit, so paint the fingers, don't paint the fingers. I think they go to at least, no, they really don't go to our knuckles. At least in the art, they're not going to the knuckles. And normally these, they're pretty good about the miniature matching the art. Get in there. When to be really lazy, I could just not paint the fingers. Just make her have fully purple gloves. You really can't tell because the line difference between the glove and the fist is like very faint. So I know this is going to darken up. Am I happy with that color? Let's let that dry a little bit. Let me look up her boots because I don't know what color her boots are. I'm thinking they're purple. She-Hulk. Comic art. All right, I need her in her purple suit. That's a purple suit, but it's not this one. That is this purple suit, and the boots are white. That is a similar purple suit, and they're white sneakers. So they are white. Yeah, white sneakers, white boots. All right, so they're normally white. Yay, because I wasn't planning on white. I did not paint these white. Which means now I gotta do 3 coats of white on the boots. Which is fun on its own because then, you know, it's down there on the base as well. And I don't know what's more efficient. I mixing or swapping back and forth when I have a color is fine. Like, you just focus on one mini and you have a wet palette. Do you really need to do that? Right? Because the wet palette's going to keep that paint wet for when you do switch to the other character that needs that color. But I mean, some colors like this white, you got to do multiple coats anyways, so it's got to have time to to dry. I did not, I bought other things from Amazon. I did not buy a pair of headphones, so I am still sitting here painting in silence, which is weird. Normally, I listen to, like, you know, the different painting podcasts or whatnot. So I listen to Paint Bravely or Trapped Under Plastic, and it's more I mean, they talk about Warhammer and stuff like that, which I don't play. But they do talk about, like, painting and hobbying and stuff, so it's good to listen to. You gotta get down in that crack. Holy cow. Swiped over that same spot like 8 times and just did not want to paint that spot. Kind of in that same boat with her boots, right? They're ground level. They're getting dirty. It's like you leave a little bit of the grayish color showing through, right? It actually would technically work. The problem right now I'm having is that they're, you know, because they're the same color as her pants, they really don't stand out. Now it's got me wondering if the Marvel United art had them purple, because this just doesn't stand out. Like, they really don't. I mean, it is, normally they're white. I mean, normally her boots are white. Now I gotta go look at the Marvel United art. Marvel United. No, they did theirs white. There's a picture from the campaign, but it's not the full thing. Here we go. And here's the, okay, so here's the Big Child Creatives. They did white. I might, to make it stand out, I might switch it to like wolf gray, maybe. I'm thinking. Those just don't stand out. And I'm feeling like that purple is just darker than I wanted. So I think I am going to do a 50-50 mix. Lighten it up a little bit. Gonna lighten it up just a smidge. So I watched, I forget, he's got a weird name, but he was talking about this thing called a color string, and I'm thinking, oh, string theory. Don't know why I was thinking string theory, but it's basically you mix all of your lights, mediums, and darks on your palette, so then you always have your lights, mediums, and darks, and you can see how your lights, mediums, and darks should be, because, well, they're, you know, you can see the string of colors, and it's an actual, like, artist technique, like, you know, painter's technique. Let's see how this works. Yeah, I think that's the color I wanted. That's better. This is going to darken up too, so it may still be too dark. It may still be the color I don't want. Trying to remember the placement so I can make sure I try to, while I'm not looking at the TV, I still have it in the camera. Did not mix enough. What I could do, but I mean, I can't do it right now, but so I've seen somebody else when they paint, they post on BGG, they have other games that need the same color scheme. So a good example would be, right, Marvel Zombies. I've got a She-Hulk in there, meaning I would have to paint that the exact same color scheme. So by having the color already, right, you just paint both those at the same time. But I did not do that. Did not. All right. So that is the lighter shade. I think that gets it closer to where I want it. I mean, I don't want it like pink, like I said, because in the comics it's not pink. But I don't want it so divergent from the art that it bothers my OCD. All right. Next, green. So the nice thing about, I mean, these minis are usually pretty easy to paint, or pretty quick to paint as well, because most of them only have about 3 or 4 colors. Yeah, if they have extra, it's because they have straps and belts and all that crazy stuff. All right, we said we were going to go with Scorpio Green. So I'm going to try, or at least whatever the Vallejo equivalent of the WizKids Scorpio Green. Now I saw someone else, what is it, Gnomes and Brushes. She was doing a really good job with her Marvel United minis. I was actually liking her videos, but she hadn't done a painting in like 7 months, and then they haven't uploaded a video in like 2, and the last 2 videos they did were like unboxings. So I don't know if they gave up or something else happened, but like she did a really good job with hers. But what she did is painted the painted the eyes first, which I don't know if I've ever seen that, but it's because she overpaints. So she would overpaint the area around the eyes and then shrink it down. I'm like, well, that actually makes a lot of sense, and now I'm not doing that. And now I'm not doing that. All right, let's put these back up. Orc blood was there. This was here. No, I didn't top off my orc blood. It's fine, top off. Because there's no ball in it. But if I don't do that, I don't remember what color it is. All right. See how this is. We'll have to see when it darkens up. I mean, I've seen it on the lid because I've used this color before. I just don't know what I used it for before. So I can't remember how much I did or did not like it. Grr, Hulk, She-Hulk smash. That was one thing I was afraid of, is when moving the camera like that, I was afraid that, like, okay, when I bend over, my head was going to be in shot. But it's not, which is kind of good and odd in my brain. Good but odd in my brain. There we go. That's the proper way to phrase that. It's not that being odd in my brain is good. Did I paint the Green Goblin? I think I did. Maybe that's what I had used this for. I thought I had used it on a Marvel United mini, so maybe it was because it's called Gobby Green. Maybe we did paint Green Goblin this color. Alright, let's let that dry. Let's go into her arms. Arms, arms, arms. Where do we need to be? We need to be right about there. I'm also doing A/B testing with my thumbnails, but again, I don't think anybody's clicking and watching, so therefore the A/B testing is coming up with like negative results, 0 results. I do most of the painting here, but I do touch up afterwards when I put on my X-ray goggles. I mean, I've got my X-ray goggles if I need them, in case I actually want to do something like eyes. Small gap in the mold there, so it's like trying to get the paint to try to run into it a little bit. All right, so where are her fingers? Say they're right there. This might be when I need the goggles. Here. Oh, those fingers. Gotta do it again. A little bit easier because her body's opened up. The other one, it's back behind. So, and that's why you really should be painting with like a direct light over top of, you know, wherever your painting surface is to make sure that you can see what you're doing. And tiny little fists. Tiny little fists of fury. I'm going to do other arm. This one's going to be fun. Yeah, no. A little bit of purple touch up. Yeah, that was just. I don't even know if a smaller brush. I mean, a smaller brush would help a little bit. But yeah, that's one of those situations where it's like, okay, your order of operation matters, but it's like, what is the order of operation on that one? All right. Got us a Jennifer Walters. We'll do another coat, but I want a little bit of water on the palette because I don't want to put it on thick because then that was not enough water. No water. Water. This area that I was painting in there. We go. Yeah, so now we should to nice smooth, because you know you want smooth skin, you don't want rough skin. But at the same time, I don't want to do what I did the other day and over dilute, because I over diluted and then basically caused bubbles, which most of them pop, but I did have a couple that didn't pop, so I had like these weird little bubbles. I think it was on claw. So when I was doing that, when I was doing the red, I wanted to make sure I thinned it down, and thinned it down a little bit too much. So on Spider Woman, I'm debating if I want to just paint her completely pink and then just paint over with the red and the yellow, or just paint the yellow parts pink and just deal with that. And in this case, I'm not as worried about the inside section because, you know, it'll just look like shadows. Work with what you got. There we go. Just tap her knuckles again just to make sure. There we go. Yep, I'm good with that. All right, now I don't. Again, as always, I don't want her to have black hair. I don't use plain black, so I need my necromancer cloak. All right, but I didn't shape my necromancer cloak. That's black. Where is my necromancer cloak? That's black. Black. Necromantic cloak. Yeah, I'm debating. I'm going to paint him green, and then I'm going to debate if I'm going to do another coat on his beard. Then again, if I'm going to do hers, so I have to use this stone golem on. So we do have Jeff, little old Jeff the Land Shark. I'm going to paint him. He'll take like 3 seconds. That's who we're trying to rescue. We're trying to rescue him from Alchemax in the future. But I am using this stone golem for that. So I'll have to see how gray this actually is, because maybe that's what I'll use for her boots and his beard. All right. All right. Right. So the first thing I gotta do is get this in her eyes. For her mascara. Probably should be using the smaller brush. Yeah, it's gonna need touching up. I need to try that. Maybe I'll try that on. Well, I was gonna say Jennifer Walters, but she's got a mask on. Try the do the eyes first technique. See how well that works. You got to kind of go back over it, like I said, anyways. to do the. Anyway, like I don't know if I've ever. I don't know if I've ever not had to go back over the face with eyes. So, all right, eyebrows though. On the other hand. This is normally Audrey normally does the eyes. She's much better at the eyes than I am. I'll show her to these, and then she'll be like, "Those are horrible," and then she'll fix them for me. All right. I don't know. I might go black. I have to see. I normally do Necromancer Cloak for like everything else, but I might go straight black for the hair. Like Hulk's hair is straight black. Maybe I do straight black for hair. It's gonna be fun. Slow and steady till it gets where I need it to be. Can't see under there anyways. I won't know it unless I look under there again. Maybe I do a black wash, because then the tips would stay highlighted. Yeah, that's probably what I'll probably just do a black wash. And that'll get the recesses a little bit darker. Okay. More OCD than anything. Because again, that's underneath. No one's going to see that well. Where was my position? My perfect position? Right about there. Yes, looks good minus her her two big black eyes. All right, so we need teeth and her eyes. Another nice thing about the chibi minis, their eyes are like the circle dot eye part is slightly raised. So as long as you just tap, you're only going to hit that spot. So you don't have to worry too much about getting where you don't want it. But you just have to worry about making her cross-eyed. That's still a thing. Alright, and like I said, out to touch up her mascara. Alright, so now we want her green, but the green is darker green. And we'll get a little bit of our dark green out. I also need this for her lips. Alright. Now to dot the eyes. Guess we're gonna have her looking slightly down. Look like that, and that went down. Yeah. And then we need the little dot of the dot. Little glint thing. Come on, little glint thing. Now let's fix her mascara. Okay, BZB. That eye kind of disappeared on me. Where'd it go? Too much. Back out. Yeah, that eye completely disappeared. Come on. Gotta start over. There's too much paint on my brush when I did that one. Get most of it out of there. I might not need to start over. Big brush. There we go. Let's get our lighten that back up. I think because the green went too low. So then when I put the other green, it kind of just covered it up. So I'm going to redo it. All right, good there. All right. And dark green, but let's go a little bit higher this time, Will. Just a touch higher. One eye is just giving me so much trouble. I hate eyes. I think everybody hates eyes. I can't even get the glisten piece to pop right. I just can't get that to look right. I feel like I've lost some white on the edges, and then that's making it not look like an eye anymore. Maybe I should have gone with the brighter green. And this is just too dark. Now she's cross-eyed. Start over with the eye again. Jeez, Will. Alright, so we're going to do the black again. I'm going to start all over. Okay. See, I can live with the one eye. This right eye, though, I just could not live with. Actually, let me do this. Let me take a little bit of this bright green. Let me drop that on this eye and see what happens. So far, so good. Yep, that glint. That was a little bit too much glint. We over glinted. This is where the zoomy specs come in, because you can see how close you're getting the brush. Really can't see that in the... Just harder to tell. Yeah, I don't know how Audrey does this. Audrey is so good at this. I'm on my 4th or 5th attempt, and I still don't feel like I got it where I want it. All right, we're going X-ray goggles, because this ain't working with those right now. Okay. X-ray goggles, they don't look as bad. Problem with these, you have to have it right at the right spot, because they, you know, because you're zooming in and they're magnifiers. So if you don't have it right at the right spot, then you can't really see. It's like out of focus. Paint. That's what it's going to be. Yeah, that's what it's going to be. We look with normal vision. If it looks good enough with normal vision, then we did it. The problem is it's just missing a little bit of green in that eye again. Deal with it later. That's a later problem. All right, so she's pretty good. Let's get her base done. So concrete bases are always wolf gray with a wash. There is my wolf. Although I am going to be having to open ash gray, so I guess we'll just go ash gray tonight. Yeah, it took too long. That's an hour. Took an hour and a half just for her. I think most of it was fighting over those eyes. I probably was fighting over those eyes for 20 minutes. It might not have been enough. We're going basing And go to this brush. Oops, left a paintbrush in there. Yeah, that's not good. That's not good. Started to bend it. Out there just licking away at that dish. She has dry food. She's eating all of her wet food. Everybody else has a dog like that where she just doesn't eat all day long, and then at night she just eats everything. Like she goes ravenous. Eat it all. Now this brush, unfortunately, got a little messed up because I put the cap on it. Now it's got a stray bristle. So the little plastic sleeves that come with the brushes, I put them back on. And must have been one bristle out of place. And got caught in the sleeve, so now it's bent all at a weird angle. Yeah, she's eating her dry food. Yeah, I don't know why she does that. It's like she gotta get every last lick off that plate. And then she'll go after her dry food. I wouldn't worry about getting that spot, but there wasn't any primer, or wasn't a lot of primer on it. I don't prime my mini until every last little drop is done. I know some people do, but I'm gonna be putting paint on it anyways. She just licked the plate off the. It's on a like little stand, and that's what the noise is. She licks it, and it goes against the stand that's on. So just gunk, 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 gunk. She licked it off the stand. All right. So we got that, and then I guess we should probably the dirt should be a little bit more of a dirt color. Technically, I could do that with 2 washes. See, now I'm looking at her hair and I'm like, do I want to darken it up? Because now I almost look at Hulk and I'm like, I think Hulk's hair's too dark. Oops, there we go. It's shiny too. I don't know why, because I used a matte varnish. I must put too much. Because see, his chest and everything's good. Like it's matte. So I'm probably just going to re-varnish him when I do all these guys. So while I'm at it, yeah, I think we're going to lighten up his hair. So we're going to lighten up his hair. So I'm going to have to re-varnish him anyways. I was talking about before about cell shading. This is a perfect example of how you can cell shade after the fact, right? You just get them all painted, base coated. That way you get them all painted, and then, you know, once you learn some techniques and figure some things out, you can always modify them. So he's to a small degree because of this, almost cell shaded. Because he's still got a little bit of the dark underneath. Then I got to do the Gray Hulk. So I have him again in Gray Hulk form. But it's just the plastic is gray. He's not actually the Gray Hulk. So I'm debating. I want to try to use some green stuff. I have to buy some, but try to use some green stuff and make him a hat. That had a lot of pin on it. That went the wrong direction. You need to rinse it off first, Will. Also, something that has irked me with him for a while is his eyes. I'm going to try to fix his... I say I'm going to try to fix his eyes, but we just saw the madness I went through to do her eyes. Give him his glint, it should fix it. That's the biggest problem. He doesn't have the glint that he's supposed to have. And I think his eye's too round. I need to get rid of some of that roundedness. Just actually saying something. This was actually one of the very first minis we ever painted was, or the Marvel United minis. Considering I'm bare, like, you know. Yeah, there we go. I think that fixed his eyes. Yeah, that's better. Yeah, his eye was just too big and round. It looked bug-eyed. Yeah, it's much better. Much, much better. Alright. So I gotta remember I gotta varnish it now. Alright. Alright, back to her base. That was what we were doing. So I need some bone white. I want something a little bit darker than that. We'll go with khaki. And I've not been able to find another khaki. I wish I could find another khaki. Like this, I love this color from Vallejo's, this khaki. It's a nice tan color. And even with all the paints I bought from Army Painter on sale, none of them are even close to this color. Oops, that was very thick. Ew. Not like that. Good thing I'm doing a base. But yeah, I like this color, this khaki color. I can't figure out what is the equivalent. In anything else. Let's do some. I'm gonna do a little bit of some of this rubble in the khaki. And the dirt down here. Just to give it some variety. So like I said, I'm just gonna slap a wash on it and then anyways. Yeah, I hope I need to use this khaki for something else, because that was a lot of khaki came out of that bottle. I really like the khaki. I don't think there is anything else that needs to be this khaki. Maybe I can put it back in the bottle. Let me see here. I'll need to get something to open the lid, though. Let me see, put it back in the bottle. I was saying I might not need the khaki again, but I have about 12 other bases I need to do. I might have been able to use it on that, but that's fine. There's still someone there. There we go. Don't waste my favorite color. So this is like technology type stuff that he's standing on. Jeff is a land shark. He would probably definitely be on a sandy base. We'll use, while I've got this, knock out Jeff's base. There's good old Jeff on his base. Yeah, let's see here. See if I got enough to do his rocks. Doing this now, and then I'm probably going to mess it all up later when I'm trying to do his boots and cloak. I don't want this to go to waste, so. Worst case scenario, I just have to touch it a little bit around his boots and stuff. Rhino, what are you doing, Rhino? You got technology under your feet. You got a little bit of rubble too. I don't know what I want to do with Rhino's base. Same as Captain Carter. She's got, I guess, like bullet wounds and stuff, or like bullet holes or stuff. Something shooting at her. I don't know what that is. Rocks. It's always rocks. All right. So, what do I want to do with her boots? Yes, I'm messing with her eyes again. Need a little bit of a black wash, I think. Just to get down here in this corner. Keep messing with these eyes, I'm never going to be done. just, just stop, Will. You're not an eye person. Learn that you have limitations. I just know I can do these better. That's the problem. Like, I know this is not what I'm normally capable of. Oh, all right. Let's wash the base. Let's call her done. Maybe I'm not going to do her boots. I don't know. I can always do them after. All right. This is city. I usually use. What do I do for city? I usually use not that. Not black. Not umber. Definitely not blue or red. Green. Why do I have two reds? It's a red wash. What are you? Oh, flesh wash. Pink. Ah, here it is. Umber. Umber wash. No, not umber wash. Maybe I do normally do the black wash. Yeah, we'll use. We got our Nolan oil. We'll use Nolan oil. Okay. Hold on, busy. I'll do this and we'll go. We will take a break after this. You can say, hey, we got one whole menu done. If I normally wear boots, that'll solve the problem. I'm probably making it worse. Oops. There we go. So now we just need to close it up before we accidentally knock it over, because that's what you do with Nolan oil. Let's do our black ring base. With the paint that I don't put in my mouth. Definitely don't put this paint in your mouth. All right. There we go. Bring up a little. But yeah, so her eyes, I just I cannot get them to be right. And almost don't like her lips because for whatever reason, the top, it looks like a mustache. And there isn't enough on the bottom. Let's add a little bit to the bottom to try to even that out. Don't look like a mustache anymore. Yeah, it's better. Yeah, it's a little better. Still looks like a mustache on the top, though. Let's get rid of that. I'll just have it on the bottom. Just looks like having that on the top just looks like a mustache. There we go. There we go. That's better. Much better. Okay. One down. So I'll have to do touch-ups on the white and the purple and all that, but I'll do. All right. She's done. I'm going to let Bella out, so I will be right back. Alright, we are back. Bella's bead. We're going to Maestro. Alright, so I think I said I want to do Commando Green. So, don't know how much is going to need shaken. So why are we starting with the green? Right, we got to start with the lowest item. Well, because that is the lowest item on his chest, anyways. He's got like a red sash. His pants and stuff are kind of like a blue teal, maybe the troglodyte blue. That's way too blue. Yeah, I think troglodyte's gonna be my closest bet. I used troglodyte on somebody last week. Or did I end up mixing? I can't remember. Not that one. This one. Do not need a knife. All right. Yeah, so the same problem I think I had with Commander Green last week. It was thin, even with shaken. I guess that's a. It's better to have paint that's too thin than too thick, I guess, right? If it's too thick, then it gets all gloppy, and well, it looks gloppy. Oh, I'm acting like I'm trying to be careful with the green, and I don't know why. I don't need to be careful. Just need to get the green on. Depending on what timeline, there's multiple Maestros, and there's actually a good Maestro, which is Hulk's son. So he actually has a Bruce Banner Jr. in one of the Old Man Logan runs, where he's actually a hero. And then he turns into Maestro. And then depending which way it goes, he doesn't turn into Maestro. It's timey-wimey. Timey-wimey multiversal stuff. It's hard to keep track. Because they're characters that people know. So then when they like come up with different origins, like 2099, I think they're on like a second or third reboot of that universe. So I know there was a 2099 Earth, and now there was an Earth that was 2099 that had a designation. Now there's an Earth 2099. Alright, this is going to be the fun part, because... Alright, so in the picture, nothing around his mouth is green. So, we're going to go with that same premise. Still don't know what color I'm going to keep his hair. Yeah, I might just keep it like this, I think. I don't know. And I gotta get up under them pauldrons. Arms in here. Alright. So, is that it? Yeah, because he's wearing pants. So let's get our second coat on here, and we can do the next part. I don't know if I missed that last time or not. I'm just seeing shadows. The nice thing about these cheap Amazon brushes is worst case scenario, you know, I can slam them in the crevices and I don't care if they lose their point, because then I'll just use them as another basing brush or glue brush or whatever. Definitely missed there because that's red. That didn't even get primer. Alright, let's give him another coat on his head and we should be good. Man's got a 95 pack. He is the strongest one there is. Alright, so yeah, I think let's try that troglodyte bullet. That looks really close. What happened here? Why are you curling all funny on me? You should not be curling on me. Because probably because the white over here is probably drying and it's probably pulling the paper, I'm guessing. All right, how much shaking is this gonna take? Oh, I forgot I had that dark gray out. Probably should. Let me get Jeff painted real quick before that dries up on me. I mean, again, shouldn't dry up because again, using a wet palette, but it has happened before. So the top part of Jeff is gray. This will be the easiest mini. This is a 30-second mini. What color his lower legs are supposed to be? Oh, it's just his under everything is the light gray. The uppers of everything is this gray. So we'll just paint everything this gray and then put the light gray over top of it. This is the question: is though, do I use the animal once, or the pet once, just to show it, or is it like, you know, armor and weapon and all that stuff? You use it in every single game after you've unlocked it. I don't know what I'm gonna do. I jinxed myself. I said, oh, this will be a 30-second paint job. Technically, could have just left in the color that the darker gray, and then just done this is the light gray, but in the picture he is slightly lighter gray, so that's what I was going with. Smooth, because he is a shark. Sharkies are smooth. There we go. Now how do I get him off? Can I can I get under? Can I get my fingernail under there? Get him by his base. There we go. There you go, Jeff. All right, let's get Maestro back. That's a good looking Hulk right there. All right. And I forgot to do his bandages, but I guess it's good I didn't, because I was just smacking that green in there. So I got to do his bandages on his arm. Has to be the linen white. His boots are made for stomping. I don't know what color his boots are. I guess I'll have to look up to see how somebody painted them. Right. look like pirate pirate sea captain boots. As you kind of think about it, he's got like a red sash too. He's a pirate. Arg. Oh, dang it. I missed. Well, I saw a short today, and I guess the guy was just trying to do it for shock and awe value, right? And he painted the Black Widow mini, I'm guessing, as a normal thing. But then for the short, he went through and was like just smashing things on her and basically saying, she had pooped herself. I'm like, my assumption is because he's already put probably already had a varnish on it, so he could just wash it off like quickly. It's like that was it's like those are the kinds of shorts that is bringing down society. That and AI slop shorts that are permeating everywhere. Although I've heard YouTube's been cracking down on those, so we should start seeing less of those. Like they're demonetizing AI channels and stuff, which is ironic because as a content creator, all I get when I'm inside of the studios and stuff is using their AI to help me make more videos. Like they've got these little things like, oh, inspirations, and it basically is supposed to like give you all the stuff you need, and this is what you should make as a video right now, kind of deal. All right, what else is blue? His vest is blue. I really think Maestro thinks he's a pirate, because like, a pirate get up if I ever saw one. All right, that's purple. I don't think they could have given him any more colors. He's got like this blue, he's got a purple, he's got red, he's green. And the question is, how am I going to get this in there? Probably going to have to repaint that arm. There we go. I got it. And I'm not going to have to repaint that arm. I got a little bit on the green. Not much. Not much on the green. All right, now time for the second coat, because that seems to be the nature of this paint. Not that I'm disappointed that I got all these the army painter paint. It's just not used to doing 2 coats sometimes. But I guess technically I should always do 2 coats. There we go, there we go, there we go. That is blue. It's a little bluer than I'd want it to be. His is more of like a, I don't know, it's like a darker greenish blue. This came out like really bright. Nah, it's not going to darken up. I don't have a, even with all these colors, I don't have a blue green. It's that color. Well, I did have this wolf gray. Yeah, it's just, it's got a hint of green. It is the thing. I'm gonna go with it. I'm not gonna fight it. I'm just gonna get it. All right, so I did need to look up what color are his boots. Marvel United Maestro. No, this is Marvel United. I want Marvel United Maestro. Let me do a regular search. Search Marvel United Maestro and my YouTube video comes up as the one of the first search results. Here you go. Gnomes and brushes. Let's see what they did. They did brown boots. Oh, these are Avengers things. So it's a pair of wings It's Mjolnir. It's Spider-Man's mask. It's the quiver. Hawkeye's quiver. This is Iron Man's helmet. Oh geez, this has got colors for days, man. Because I gotta do all the helmets on the base. Oh wow. Well, I guess I'm leaving this pulled up. Yeah, it's gnomes and brushes too. It's just funny because I was just talking about them. Yeah, I said I think she does good. She does the extra layering and all that I don't do. So yeah, she just made them tan. So I don't want them tan, so I think I'm going to use my leather brown, because then it gives it a little bit of a red shade, so then it'll match the sash. All right. Time for boots. Oops. Not in the spot I needed to be. And I really just feel like he's a pirate. See, in the wing, I don't know if it's supposed to be like, okay, is that supposed to be like Wasp's wing? Is it supposed to be the wing on Captain America's helmet? Because it's just by itself, and it's a very big wing, so like it definitely can't be the helmet. It's too small to be like Falcon's wing. I'm not sure what wing it's supposed to be. Debating just doing these red, and then they would match the sash. But I didn't. I'm gonna say, how did I paint Mjolnir? But we have not painted, I don't think, a single Thor yet. Because we haven't painted. I haven't painted the Asgard box, and I haven't painted Jane Foster Thor yet, because she would be in this box. We have not used her as a, or I've not picked her as a character yet to go on a mission. I probably will have to because I'm gonna start having cooldowns on a lot of the characters. So I'm kind of gonna be forced to. That went way up the leg more than I really wanted it to. Yeah, I got a little bit too high on that side. Get our quasi second coat on them. And then I just slapped it again. Well. Right now I'm either hitting the boot or I'm hitting the pants. One or the other ends up getting color from the other on it. Yeah, it's about a 50-50 now. We're about in the middle. Alright, so let's get his belt. I want a dark red. I don't want a bright red. A festin red? Sure. Oh, I've never used this. Use this one. Cap was still. Oh, I had to. How else would I have filled it up? Oh no, you put the caps on after you filled it up. Not coming out. I have an odd feeling this is just going to squirt everywhere. There's my knife. Piston red all over my fingers. Is there a ball bearing stuck in there? Can't tell. No? Must just be oh, must just be really thick. Holy cow. Yeah, it's thick. Hopefully that's enough. Jeez. Yeah, that definitely does go on the mixer. I don't remember if it was that thick or how thick it was when I put it in that bottle. Because I don't buy a Citadel, and those somehow just showed up on my door one day. So I was like, okay. Okay, my paints. The other side, not so much fun. All right, how am I going to do this? That's the fun of miniature painting, trying to figure out how to get up underneath of something without getting paint all over the place. I didn't want to get red on the bandages. Red is hard to cover up, especially with white. I'm probably gonna have to cover that up with like tan or something just to tone down the red. Must be sitting off centered. I keep going to the left. There's a little bit brighter red than I wanted. The lid on my bottle lied to me. I mean, I know paints are going to darken up, but I don't think those are going to darken up that much. Not to what I was going for. It's very weird. So all of this stuff in this area, they've just basically smacked together. So you got his boot, you got his belt, and you got his pants, and there's really no defining lines anywhere right here. It's just like all a glob. It's making it really fun to try to figure out where I want to start and stop things. I mean, you should know where things should start and stop, but you don't have that definition. That normally means you could just kind of go along the edge and not go where you don't want it to go. There's no definition, so it just goes wherever it wants to go. And now I feel like I might have a problem with the boots if I'm not careful down here. Yeah, so the same thing here. The boots are just right up against this and just blends together. Oh no, I did not completely miss that piece. Alright, so we're going to paint this here. Actually darkened up. It, again, I know paint's darkened up, but this one darkened up quite a bit in comparison to what I was seeing a few minutes ago. Oh, this is going to be fun. Alright, where you at, Mephisto? Looking pretty good. Alright. Let me get my linen out again. That's going to take like 5 coats. That's dragon. That's bleached linen. I need that. I need the purple. I guess while I'm shaking. Question is, do I make it the same color as Hulk's pants, right? Because then at least it has that semblance that it's Hulk. Probably. Let me go. I wasn't going to. I was going to go with a different purple, but I think I'm going to go ahead and go. Because I was going to go just straight purple. Although this might be better because I think that dark purple is going to be too dark for these because of how light his shirt is. Yeah, we'll go with this. We'll go with purple. All right. In one hand. Much easier than trying to do one in each hand. Why does that keep happening? Like my sponge is wet, like really wet. I made it too small, I think is the problem. Like I was trying to save parchment paper. So I made it too small so the papers keep getting wet. What I need is one of those little water bottles. And then the little copper weights on the corners. I see like Miniac using. Or Ninjon. Ooh, right in the black. No, we're doing white. I was just shaking the purple. Alright, so now we're doing his wraps. I didn't even notice these when I did this otherwise I would have done it when I did his hair. Oh well. The thing about his eyes, I don't have to worry about his eyes. They're just white. I don't know why. I'm trying to think, like, are all the villains' eyes white? Most of them have been. I wonder if it's just that concept of, you know, having eyes gives something a humanity. So by not having pupils, they start to lose that humanity. So you're not as like, oh, feeling. I don't know what I'm trying to think of. Like the concept that they're evil and beating them up. If they had eyes, you'd feel you'd feel bad about it. I don't know. All right, how do I want to do this? How do I want to approach this? So one down. Well, one down, one coat down. Alright. Run that same boat again. I think that entire time, I don't even think that was in frame. Remember, I got to keep it over top of the ghosts. Oh, there went his thumb. There went his thumb again. I have no clue how I'm gonna get in there. Yeah, I wish I would have saw these when I was doing the white earlier, because I don't want to have all these other colors on here. The rest of it from the back. Yeah. Yeah, I can get the rest from the back. And I hit the red. And I hit the red. Alright, let's do this other one. Probably just going to do 2 coats, kind of like his hair, right? A little bit of extra gray actually works. Get that white down in the crevices too without just butchering your brush, and again, trying to be delicate is not an easy task. All right. Double check around here while we got the white out. I don't know if I have like a tongue peach. Normally I do tongues red, but his really isn't like a red. Neither is Jeff. Problem is the other one I got is Captain Carter. And her shield just scares me. Actually, not even her shield, just she has so much like random detail throughout. The only thing I got finished the other day was just the just the blue. Yeah, this is another one of those colors that looks completely different when it dries. Like right now, it's looking like it's the color I would have wanted to color She-Hulk earlier. I'm doing his purple nearest pauldrons. I mean, this looks like very bright. Well, it darkens quite a bit. And I need some touch-up. Touch-up. Always needing touch-up. ABT. Always be touching up. All right. What do we get? Just struggling to like see around where I need to see on this thing. And fists in the way. Fists of fury. Oh, hey, I finally got my head in the shot. Although I probably have gotten my head in the shot more than once. Probably when I was fighting over She-Hulk's eyes and still haven't gotten them where I want them. Again, I'll hand those off to Audrey when she gets home. Be like, can you fix these for me, please? I have to see. I have me a painting army or a painting assistant in a couple years when Lucita's old enough, hopefully. Maybe I'll finally be able to get all this painted. Be 3 of us then. We'll be able to knock a lot of these out. She's already being artsy. It's just so. I don't know. I guess you don't think about it when you're not a parent, but it's like it's just so awe-inspiring and so like baffling. So I don't know the word I'm looking for, but like when you see like some your baby or something grow up and you start seeing them learning new things and they're doing things, and you're like, just like it's awe-inspiring. No, it's not awe-inspiring. It's awing. There's a word I'm looking for and I don't know what it is. But every day she's like something different, something new. She wants to color, wants us to draw happy faces, and she tries to draw the happy face. Or does draw the happy face, which then just freaks you out. You're like, how did you do that? You're not supposed to be able to do that yet. That's like every day with her. It's like, you're not supposed to be able to do that yet. You're still a baby. All right. So, we got that. Yeah, Maestro needs to, have a discussion with his stylist because stylist isn't doing him any favors. Because he doesn't care because, anybody makes fun of what he's wearing, he just beat him up. He smash. Maestro smash. I think, if I remember, the first Maestro was based off of the time when we had Smart Hulk. So it was kind of saying, okay, this is what if Smart Hulk took over the world. So it was like the dark side of his Smart Hulk. And on podcast, I'm only covering, 616 versions, so I haven't really covered anything like that, an alternate universe version. I think we're good there. All right, now we just need some gold and whatever color I'm gonna make his tongue. All right, what do I got for peachy colors? This is kind of a peachy color. Brown rose. Oh, I've never used this, I don't think. The only problem with the not doing the white, now this is my only thing now with the white, is not doing the white and seeing the gray through it makes it look like I didn't finish painting it. Dang it. That's what I was afraid was going to happen. Well, I did also see some bandages that weren't painted. How am I going to get in there? I saw it when I was painting something else. Alright, I'm going to try doing this one. I don't think it wasn't that it wasn't painted. I think it was red. Let's just slap some more. Let's make sure that this is just all covered in now. I debated it. I tried to just do like some couple of highlights, but like the gray just poking through makes it look like it's not finished. Looks like what it is. It looks like a light coat of paint. I got to bring out the pure white for his teeth because they're just blending in with the beard. Oops. Missed an ear. Yeah, I think my problem, and I think I'm realizing it, I think last week I turned off my fan because I remember getting hot. And this week I left my fan on, so it's drying out my wet palette. Alright, I gotta get into this little itty bitty ear without doing too much damage. There we go. Tiny little ear. All right. Tongue. Yeah, so tomorrow night, definitely gonna have to make sure I don't have a fan on. And I need to make sure I have something to shove inside of these bottles. There's another one that doesn't open. I don't need that much, so technically that solves the problem. Didn't need that much. All right, where did I get you from? Over there. All right. Tiny tongue. There we go. And let's get Jeff's tongue while we're at it. That's what you do, his whole mouth. Just technically I should color around his teeth too, because to make sure I get the gums. It has like a little bit of gum next to each tooth. Just a little bit. Little mouth. Anybody else opening their mouth wide and yelling? No. So I felt like, oh, Maestro's gonna almost be done because, you know, he's almost done, but this craziness on the bottom. So let's yeah, I gotta get his gold. Oh yeah, I gotta get his eyes. Let me get his eyes before the white dries up. Got to do the black first, but no, well. Yeah, so the villains mostly all just are white. White eyes. That's it. I think I accidentally got some green down in there. There we go. Let's get us some gold action. Let's see. May or may not be enough. God, he's got quite a lot of pauldrons going on. Let's slide you over here. How normally I paint something under gold, and now I can't remember what it is, and I probably should have done that. I don't know if it's brown normally, brown under gold. No, it's not. It's not covering the way I want it to cover. And I don't even know if the second coat is going to fix it. It does not like this gray. Or maybe just any color other than gray. Yeah, this gold just isn't. I've used this gold before. I've used it a lot, and this is just not covering like it normally does. I don't know why. I don't think this is the same gold I used on Ironheart, so it's not like, you know, it's old and I haven't used it recently. Let's put water in it. Let's try to dilute it just a little bit and see if that helps. At least smooth it out, because these pauldrons need to be smooth. Smooth like butter. Yeah, that helps. Need some more. Make sure this last layer is just smooth. This last layer, I'm basically just glazing it, glazing the metallic one and trying to fill in the holes to make it smooth again. Yeah, it smoothed out a bit. There's still like a lump or two, unfortunately. And I got rid of that lump, and now I have a hole. And they're not, just not as smooth as I wanted them to be. I probably should thin this down from the beginning. Whoops. Belt. Now it's probably too thin to even do that. Dang it. God, he had it. His belt was gold too. All right. Now the crazy base. So I don't know what this wing is supposed to be. I know this is Hawkeye's quiver, so to make the quiver black and then just paint the tips of the arrows probably, maybe. When the paint's drying out. Yeah, don't paint minis with a fan on, guys. And I said that earlier and I still didn't turn my fan off. Quiver. There's cool little Easter eggs in a lot of the different ones. The different bases all have like different little cool little Easter eggs in them. Problem is you gotta figure out what the Easter eggs are sometimes before you can even paint it. For non-painters, yeah, okay, no big deal. Painters, slightly deal. Still don't get why it's like. Again, I'm going with it being Spider-Man's mask. Yeah, it's got the webs on it. I was like, does it have the webs? To a small degree, Spider-Man's mask, like I said, I don't know why they use Spider-Man's mask, because that doesn't seem to fit really well. Problem with tone with the Iron Man's helmet is you don't know what piece of the helmet is this. Because again, it's not like a perfect representation. You're kind of guessing at like what all these pieces are. Like, okay, well, I imagine one of this is like the visor piece, but like there's no eye holes. That's why I'm just assuming this is the front there. And then, like I said, the wing doesn't make sense to me either. This is Mjolnir. The only benefit, I guess the only thing of me painting one mini at a time, right, is then I can timestamp, and then somebody can just, go to the mini they want to see. Yeah, I just don't know, like... Oh, there's something under his foot over here. Oh, of course it's Captain America's shield. Oh, of course it's Cap Shield. Get the Order of Cap Shield. I gotta go grab Cap Shield. So Cap Shield's red and then white. So let's, and it's blue in the center. You can barely make out the blue. All kinds of wet palette troubles. And I don't have any blue out yet. I'm not, really don't want to open a whole blue just for one little dot. Alright, so saw the dot. Oh no, the middle one ring is red. Oh no, yeah, you can barely make out the dot. Doesn't have to be perfect because I'm going to null and whirl the whole thing anyways. Pull it around to the back. And white. Alright. Yeah, I'm guessing this is supposed to be caps. Or no, well, it's a wing, so it's gotta be wasp. Then like what's underneath of that? What did they make it? They just made it a whole bunch of colors. just to kind of do it. So, I don't know what to make it. Do that, and I'm going to need metallics anyways. I think I need to do Spider-Man's mask. I forgot something. Hawkeye's arrows. I'll just shoot the same purple I already got. That's drying up. X-ray goggles. Whew. My old eyes. Old eyes. I was thinking when I came back, I put the wrong glasses on, but no, my regular readers are over there. They're not as zoomy as these ones. I think for the most part that's good enough, because what's that? I'm gonna put Nuln oil over it, so it's gonna bring it down anyways. Let me fix his shoes. And tan in the metallics. I want gum mount. No, let's do wrought iron, because it's gonna the wash will dilute this. So it's not use my good brush in the metallics. Yeah, because so the only thing I could figure is it's supposed to be, yeah, it's got to be the Wasp, because she was in the original core box. And there's nothing really to represent Black Widow. But then again, it's kind of weird because I have Spider-Man, so it's a weird concoction of things. Just a weird grouping of things. All right, let's get the wonderful gold again that I was fighting with. Greedy gold's like orange. I've already diluted it, so really I just need like a drop in there to get it thickened back up again. 2 drops just to make sure. I think same thing. I'm not worried as much about how smooth that is because I think the wash will help. Also, by not being really smooth, it kind of, you know, give it more of that damaged look, I guess, too. Alright, so now I need the debris to be, I guess, a brown to set it off. I don't want a leather brown because that's the color of his boots. Let's go to my good old khaki that I spewed out earlier. I just gotta little rocks. Right. There's our base. We just need to oil that bad boy up. That's 2 down minus touch-ups, so I know I'm gonna have to go back and do some touch-ups. I think for the most part he's done, and then yeah, I have enough time. I should be able to get Captain Carter done, and then that leaves 3 for tomorrow. oiled up. It's just a weird word. Alright. Access off the rim so I can get the black line around it. Right. Yeah, so they got closer to the color I wanted. If I like that color. That color's been bothering me since the beginning. How do I make it more green? I guess add green? What color green? Just flat, a little, like a touch of flat green maybe? Just one little touch. I need to shake that though. Maybe a little bit of his green. Actually, that would probably be better. Use his exact color green, because then it's more matching his tone. All right, let's see what I can do. I made it almost like a teal. That is not what I want. Guess we'll add a little bit more of the blue back into it. Probably doing all this, and I'm never going to get the color I want, and all this is just a waste. That might have done it. I don't want to waste what's on the brush. I'm trying to get the big areas to get it off the brush. Although I've already got a base coat, so I guess I really don't need that much. And the only problem with this is the blue is, of course, lighter than the green, so therefore it's, if you don't cover up all the blue, you're going to notice. Also, the fact that his pants and his vest are the same color, it's like he's wearing a onesie. I was saying he looked like a pirate earlier, but now I'm thinking, you know, with all the gold, it's Mr. T. Master pity the fool who doesn't like his onesie. I feel like it's too teal, but it's what it is. I'm not going to try to mix a third color. I gotta do some touch-ups on the reds, because of course I was going to hit the red. I have red left. Looks pretty good. All right. Question is, like I said about his teeth, because his teeth are like right there with his beard, so it's kind of hard to tell the difference. So, if I go dead white, that's as white as I can make them without taking his hair into a light gray white shade. So this might help with his eyes not popping. This on the eyes instead. It's always a back and forth battle with eyes. Alright, let me go and get his teeth. This may not be white enough, or at least a white enough difference where you can tell, you know, it's a brighter white. Yeah, I don't think you can really tell the difference, but guess I'll see what I was thinking about the bottom of Jeff. So when I do the bottom of Jeff, maybe that's what I'll do. Oops. Did what I did. I could fiddle with them for probably several more hours, but I'm not gonna do that. Got a captain to finish. Here we go. All right. Nope. Saw that and I didn't fix it. Remembered I hit his thumb. I remember I hit his thumb when I hit his thumb. I didn't remember his thumb until I just saw that I hit his thumb. Then I remembered that I hit his thumb by remembering that I hit his thumb. All right. We got 3 Hulks. 3 Hulks. We have 1 captain, but it's not the captain we want. Captain we got. No, it is the captain we want. It's still the captain we got. All right, Jeffy, let's get your eyes and teeth done while we've got the white out. Yeah, it's teepers. Nom 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 nom. the little white glinty dots. Tiny little glinty dots. I don't know if I can get the camera to even come close to focusing on that. Okay, and then really to only finish them off, I just need the light gray. Should I finish them off just as I finished one more mini off? Sure. Oh, where'd that light gray go? There's the stone golem. I gotta figure out what is actually considered as. I guess it's really just his belly and his nose. And there's two stripes on his legs there. See how this looks and see if I want to do Maestro's hair with this stuff. Might be a little bit too gray, but we'll see. Never know how things are going to be when they dry. Bum, bum, bum. I have a shark. I think I was flipping him over. There's more underside back here. There we go. Cute little guy. Boop. All right. Captain Carter. Let's get all the big stuff knocked out, and then we'll deal with over 50,000 stripes. All right, what color hair do I want? Thinking not Parasite Brown. I do like Parasite Brown for stuff. I use it for a lot of stuff. But red terracotta, no. I need like a brown, just like brown. Monster brown. It's probably you have no clue what these actually look like when they're in the bottle. So this could be the exact color I need, or it can be the exact color I don't need. Let's see what we got. Oh, that's not brown enough. I should have known that wasn't going to be brown enough. So let's brown it up. Oh yeah, I didn't. See what happens if I do this. This may be a horrible decision. That helped a little bit. Do the same thing with the bandages. Yeah, it helped. I think I'm going to do her boots this color because the wash just made it look messy. All right, all that. And I was supposed to be painting her hair brown. While I'm trying to be careful around her face, I still gotta paint her face. sure why I didn't color her pockets on her pants blue. Now the question is, what color blue did I use? It was just blue, I believe. I believe. It should have been a darker brown. I almost feel like it should almost be the color of her hair. Yeah, and this one it's I have it darker here. It just seems too light. Guess we will see. All right. difficult. That dries, so we go into red. So I used a bright red with cap. Question is, should I do the same? Should I make him as bright as cap it is? Scarlet red we use? Yeah, it had to be because this is all we had. Or do I go red? I'll go flat red. All right. Here comes the fun part. Trying to figure out all her red. boot is a little bit too elongated. I think they tried to make it work, but because her leg was being elongated, so they elongated the boot. But I don't think this is accurate. I missed the entire inside of her leg. Yeah, definitely got to figure out what blue this was. This stripe is red. It goes. Oh, this is tough. One right in front of it. Okay. There. One here. Here. There's supposed to be another one in there. I have no clue where it's going to be. See, this just doesn't like line up right. So it shows that have a stripe going down her legs too. You can see a stripe where they drew a line, but it's not. It's not matching. Like in here, they show like a line going from the top all the way down, and then across. And I really don't have that. It's also showing white on the side, but then like I don't see where they've blocked off where the white should be. Don't know. So I'm gonna have to finish her tomorrow, or she's gonna be one that I'm gonna have to do all stream because I'm gonna need to use the glasses the whole time. I just don't. I don't know. My eyes are probably tired too, so I'll probably just put the second coat on her face, and that'll probably have to do it for the evening. right. Yeah, I don't know where the white is supposed to be on the side like it is in the picture. Oh. Oh, that is what we will call that for the day. All right, that is that. We will, I guess I'll be painting again tomorrow because I got 3 more I got to paint. Got to paint Spider-Man 2099, which is a couple streams from now, but we'll be playing it, I think, before I have a chance to paint again. Rhino, which is who we're going to go up with the Spider Folk. And then Immortus. And I just realized I'm missing Spider-Woman. So either I didn't prime her, or yeah, I'm going with I didn't prime her. So I got to prime her too. So I actually have 4 more I need to do. I guess worst case scenario, if I can't get the painting done, I'll have to bump out one of the streams. Don't know which one. Either way. If anybody watched this far into the video after it's been posted, thanks. Maybe you should hit the subscribe button. Otherwise, until next time, guys. Peace.